Good evening and welcome to our special session. Today is November the 15th, 2021. And can you go ahead and get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Gary?
Sure, thank you, Ann. We'll go ahead before we go into closed session to see if there's any attendees with any comments. All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and see your closed session. All right, good evening and welcome to our regular meeting. It is 7:02. Today's date is November the 15th, 2021. We'll start and call this meeting to order and start off with a roll call, please.
Councilmember McQuay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
and Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you so much, Ann. At this time, there's no reportable action taken in our closed session. We will go down to line number 5, which is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to put something up on the screen. And first of all, thank you to our city clerk for always being so helpful to put things on the screen. It's a huge help to me. I wanted to call everyone's attention back to United Against Hate. It has officially kicked off this week, November 14th through the 20th. And if we scroll down on this page, you will see some events are listed. Definitely take the time to get involved in those important events. You will see the partnership between the agencies as well, which I'd like to call out specifically. Our school district, the city, the YMCA, the library, and UC Berkeley University Village, all working together on this important initiative and event week. You can find out more on our website as we have posted here. Another creative justice initiative, the Albany Creative Justice Art Project, Call for Artists, has been announced. The due date is February 8th. So please take a look at that opportunity as posted on our website. As you will see on your agenda this evening, just calling attention to it now as well, the Alameda County redistricting hearing is tomorrow, November 16th. Redrawing supervisorial districts, and it affects Albany. So again, recognition to our council members who have taken the initiative to look into this important topic, and there is a meeting tomorrow night. You can visit redistricting2021.acgov.org to register for that meeting. I would like to express appreciation to our police department, the Berkeley and Albany communities, and also California Highway Patrol for assistance in finding a missing person, a missing Albany resident. Great partnership and coordination across agencies and communities for communication tools worked, and the matter was resolved safely. A call for help from our Public Works Department and really the city at large and our local water system. When cooking oils and grease go down the drain, they don't just clog pipes, they have the potential to affect our local waterways. All of that content belongs in the garbage can to safely dispose of and not in pipes. So as you get to cooking this holiday season, please be cognizant of that concern. As I'm sure everyone is already well aware, and for those with children in the 5 to 11-year-old age group, COVID vaccine is now available. Please visit the Alameda County Public Health website to learn more about the opportunities and where you can get those shots locally. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge that we have now issued the request for proposals for the community satisfaction and racial equity work. It's on our website. We've also sent it out to a number of survey providers. The deadline for submittal is the beginning of December, and staff will then be returning to council with a full report on proposals received. So that concludes my summary this evening. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, City Manager. Let's see if there's any hands for any comments or questions. All right, we'll go ahead and move to line number 6, which is good of the city public comment. This is the opportunity for the public to have 3 minutes to state anything regarding what's going on in the community outside of what is listed on the agenda. So if you would raise your hand and Ann will bring you forward. I'll give you a few minutes to do that. Looks like all is quiet tonight. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to line number 7.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Did you see someone? Wait.
No, actually, I wanted to say something myself.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to respond to some comments we've heard several times in the past month or so about the Berkeley Food Pantry. I reached out to the director and got some information from her on their policies. And their policy is that we give out food that is good for consumption. The volunteers go through the food, and any food that is expired, moldy, or questionable is put in the compost bin. If there's good food left at the end of the day, which they're not able to store, they give it to a partner organization who then distributes that food to low-income individuals. And the people that are eligible to visit the pantry are people who are low income or in financial distress. Unemployment does count in that category, and who live, work, or attend school in either Berkeley or Albany. So that just clarifies a little bit what they do.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go out to line item number 7, which is our consent calendar. I'll start with Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, let's see. Please pull 6, 9, and 10.
You said 6, 9, and 10?
6, 9, and 7, 6, 7, 9, and 7, 10.
7, 9, and 7, 10.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay, you keep breaking up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councilmember McQuaid?
7-4.
7, 4. Councilmember Nason?
7, 8.
And Councilmember Tiedemann? Nothing. All right. We will start with 7, 4.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull this to recognize all of the CERT volunteers that we have in the city and give them an extra shout out. They do a lot of work that we don't necessarily know about. They've started a radio group. They meet fairly regularly, and they're working at organizing the neighborhoods in the event of a natural or man-made disaster. And in the event that happens, we're really going to need these people. We're really going to be leaning on them. So I just wanted to express my thanks to all of them.
All right. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I just want to commend the group for taking the step and exerting the effort to become a 501c3. So it is possible to donate to CERT and have it as a tax write-off for those that are in a financial position to be able to benefit from such a thing. And it's no small feat becoming a 501c3. So very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me backtrack a little bit. I did not search to see if there was any public individuals that wanted to pull any items off the consent calendar. If you do, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and pull those items. All right, Ann, will you go ahead?
Sure. Hi, this is Blake Yeaman, and I'm with the Albany CERT Group, and we're all very thankful that you made this proclamation, and we're very proud to just be serving the citizens of Albany and putting this together. The group is wholly volunteer, and so the 501c3 that we have has no administrative funds coming out of that. It's all for the benefit of Albany. So we look forward to Albany CERT starting back up in April and spring for the training, and there's some online training. So we're encouraging any Albany residents that want to become involved that way. If that feels too much and you would like to just get involved with your own community, your own block, there's plenty to be done there in the whole process of preparing ourselves. So thank you very much for the proclamation.
Thank you so much, Blake. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, while Mr. Yeaman is on, I hope I didn't speak out of turn, but if you have any more information on how people might donate, this is your chance to put that out there.
Yeah, we will put that at albanyscert.org, but we'll put it out there for people to get to as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other attendees? All right. All right, I'll bring it back to council. We will go to 7, 8. That's Councilmember Nason.
Didn't somebody ask for 7, 7?
I asked for 7-6 actually.
7-6, okay, I'm sorry, you were.
That's
bringing
okay.
up-
I was stumbling over my words.
Okay, so 7-6, I will go there and then to you, Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
May I
Yeah, so-
interject quickly, Vice Mayor? Staff is requesting this item be pulled for one of your meetings in December as requested by the applicant. You're welcome to ask any questions or share any comments, just noting that actual action will return at a future agenda.
And that's 7-6, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Vice-
yeah, then I don't need to say anything then.
Okay, all right. Now back to you, Councilmember Nason, 7-8. You on mute?
I know. Yeah, thank you. I have actually already had a couple of emails going back and forth with the city manager about this item today. I do not want to hold it up. I do have some concerns about the plan, which is to significantly cut back on the number of cans waste cans at the waterfront and have some of them be and replace them with about half the number of Bigbellies. I do feel, and if when we get to talking about the waterfront, if we are successful in building up more of a volunteer base and partnership with volunteers, it may actually turn out to be helpful to have more cans and have fewer paid people having to pick up the trash if people are able to do it. I also have aesthetic concerns. The Bigbellies, I'm afraid, are going to be terribly trashed down there at the waterfront. They get a lot of graffiti and hard use on Solano Avenue. I fear it will be much worse at the waterfront. And I'm not going to ask the council to interfere with this decision. I think it's appropriately a staff decision. But I think as a council, it's something that we are going to want to keep an eye on, because it is important for the waterfront not to get too covered with, one of the kind of objectives that we have these days at the waterfront is keeping it relatively free of trash and looking good. Thank you.
Make sure there's no comment. All right, thank you, Councilmember Nason. We'll go to 7-9, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to engage in a little more discussion around this. The prospect of being put into a different congressional representative district, I understand the perspective that we should remain with our other Alameda County cities. And I'm a newer member than two of the other members, so maybe I have this wrong, but it seems that at the federal representation level, I'm not sure the mapping the county is quite as important. I want to put forward some potential advantages to the way the map is drawn and not settle one way or the other. But a potential advantage of the way that the map is currently proposed is it would actually have more influence in this new district in terms of its voters than in the existing districts, just looking at the number of voters that cast votes in the two districts relative to each other. And in having that influence, given that there's some similarity of political perspective with neighboring cities in Alameda County, actually as well as El Cerrito, being in a different district might get us sort of in coordination with those other cities access to two congressional representatives rather than one, which provides two avenues for making progress on various issues. And finally, the district as proposed has a number of other small waterfront cities, which the district we've been in doesn't, other than Emeryville. This new district have quite a few small waterfront cities. And so in that sense, there might be a commonality of purpose and problems and solutions to which the federal government might be bent to paying some attention with regard to sea level rise and whatnot. So again, it's not obvious to me that the district, the way that it's drawn, while at first glance looks like it would be problematic, I actually see there could be potential advantages. So I wanted to have a discussion about it before just signing on to the proposed letter.
All right, I'll start with Councilmember Tito. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Go ahead, please, Councilmember Tito.
Yeah, I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this up, as I think, both ways of doing this, I think, have their advantages. I don't think we are in danger of anything truly bad happening to Albany by being put in either of these districts, especially as, I think we're always kind of on the periphery of all the districts we're in. I often have conversations with a friend from Kensington about, well, we're in the same district here, but we have a different representative there, and we have a different representative there. I think it runs right through this little, group of small cities like Emeryville, Berkeley, Albany, El Cerrito, Kensington. And I think that's really our sort of group. And we have a lot of similarities with the rest of Alameda County because we're in the same county, but we also have a lot of similarities with El Cerrito and Kensington and further up the coast. So I don't think it would be a terrible thing for us to end up in this district. And, there's arguments on both sides here, so it's not the end of the world.
Absolutely. Any other Councilmember Nason, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I certainly agree. It's not the end of the world, but I still see the balance of factors, to my mind, would be in favor of staying with Alameda County. I think that, to me at least, the largest municipal issue beyond our boundaries that we will need to that we have participated in and will need to continue to participate in the years to come is around hospital services, particularly emergency room services, because we're going to be pretty close to the center of the hospital desert when Alta Bates closes. And it isn't necessarily the case that the next, it may well be that the next possibility for a hospital will end up in Richmond, and that would be a good place for us to be working together. But at least for now, with Alta Bates still open and the effort to save it still so very active, I prefer to see us sticking with Alameda County. But I can certainly see your points. Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid, could you co-author this as well?
I would agree with Rochelle that it just makes sense to stay in Alameda County. I hear what you're saying, especially about the small waterfront cities. I'm just not sure as the district goes out into Antioch, Vallejo, that we haven't really have a lot in common with those cities, and that our needs are really aligned well. So I would prefer that we stay in Alameda County and that we go ahead and pass this.
But Vice Mayor Jordan, I saw your hand up and also want to say, if there's a split, you want to vote on not sending this letter? Is that the direction you want to go, Vice Mayor?
Well, let me ask maybe one more question. So on the issue of hospital deserts, I've always seen that as more of a state issue. You have been working on it. I have not. Is that something that the federal level has engaged on, that issue, constructively, helpfully?
It depends on what kind of funding becomes available for what kind of project. I could see it, and part of it has to do with simply having more of a voice within Alameda County as well. It's not just Albany is never going to have a big voice at the federal level. That's just the reality. We're lucky if we get heard at the Alameda County level. But I think that to be part of the hospital effort of Alameda County makes the greatest sense right now. If and when Alta Bates really does close, that could change. We will still be part of Alameda County, but we may share more common interests with folks to the north of us if that becomes the best potential location to replace the hospital services that we're going to lose.
Yeah, so I guess I would like this one separated out so we can vote on it separately.
Okay, so let me go to the public first and see if there's any comments or, and it looks like there's one. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Nick Pilch, and I thank the council members for bringing this forward. I've been following the redistricting processes a lot, both at the state level, which we're talking about here, and county, and as well as Berkeley and Oakland for my personal interest. I agree with the resolution or statement. I prefer to see Albany in with its current southern neighbors. I think with districting, that's the one time you don't want diversity. You want homogeneity. You want like-minded groups to be together so that they have that same representation. So I think that trumps the concern, if you'll forgive the word, of the other council members who think, or that overrides, I think, the desire to have an influence in other districts or with other cities. But I urge you not to send any letters or pass this as a council. Actually, the redistricting process is supposed to be completely unpolitical, and in all the meetings I've attended, no political body or person has spoken up and given comment, and I believe that's how it's supposed to be. And in fact, it might hurt the case for a political body to make a statement about this. However, I urge you and any other people who are listening to submit comments on your own, which anyone as a citizen is allowed to do so. So that's my big caveat here. Have your discussion, but do not make a move as a body, please, on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll just comment. We're seeing the problem with single member districts here. And the district we're currently in, I would say the predominant political view in Albany in that district, there's this concept in redistricting called packing and cracking. And I would say the dominant political view in Albany is packed in with the dominant political view in the rest of the districts. And so in that sense, that political viewpoint is not efficiently being translated into representation as it would be if it was spread out across more districts. Albany, just from looking at past election returns, voters here are about 3% of the regular participating voters in the current district, or have been, and it would be about 4% in the next district, and 4% starts to become something that candidates are going to be likely to pay more attention to, because that can really make quite the difference to the margin of victory. So I think we would have more influence. But I hear the speaker, and I really appreciate the point that it's probably best not for a government body to weigh in on this with an opinion.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, I want to keep this short and I would love to go off on a tangent about multi-member districts and how interesting that could be. But I think the important note here is Nick has been following this very closely, the commenter, and makes, I think, a good point about not politicizing a process that all too often is politicized. And, we've seen that across the country. So I think his advice makes sense.
So do you all agree that we pull, or are we going to take it to a vote?
I think that Mr. Pilch has been following this, and I think we can certainly take his advice. And I hope that those of you that support this and those of you in the public that support it will submit a comment, and you do that online.
Councilmember Nason, did you want to add any more?
No, I'm comfortable with that.
We'll go ahead and pull this item off. And then I think Vice Mayor Jordan, you had 710.
Yes, and with thanks to staff for providing information on the lighting plans for Memorial Park. They look great. So it will be a real improvement for people using the playgrounds. I just want to raise the prospect of completing the sidewalk on the Memorial Park side along Carmel. So it actually ends about, I'm going to estimate 50 feet shy of Thousand Oaks currently. And so just ask after that. I mean, probably at this point with the funding all laid out, it can't be fit in, but I would feel remiss if I didn't raise that gap in our walking network.
Make sure, let me scan. If there's no comment from public, we'll go ahead and get a motion for the consent.
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
All right, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
And the motion carries with the exception of 7.6 and 7.9.
That's correct. All right, thank you so much, Ann. All right, now we'll go ahead and move to our presentation. This is a review of the advisory board work plan for the Financial Advisory Committee. Go ahead and turn it over to staff at this time.
Yes, as the mayor says, we have the last of the advisory body work plan to be presented, and this is from the Financial Advisory Committee. Staff's recommendation is for the council to review the work plan and provide any comments or direction for the work plan and approve the work plan. And we have the committee chair, Judy Kerr, here to present the work plan. If you give me a minute.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Finance Advisory Committee's work plan to you. I hope that you have had the opportunity to review it, and I'm hoping that someone can share just briefly the screen of the committee's work plan with you. If not, I'd like to suggest that you just have any questions that you have forwarded to me. I do have one request, and that is a very brief revision to the plan, which would lend itself nicely to any kind of spreadsheet following of this, and that would be to move all of the required items to item number 1, 2, 3, and then the desired items to subsequent items on the plan. So I'm happy to take any questions that you have at this point or go through it item by item if that's your preference. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember McQuay.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying that I've been watching your meetings and I'm very impressed with everyone on the committee. You ask great questions. You have good discussion. It's really nice to watch you all in action. Having said that, on the last item on page 2, where you talk about attending California Cal Cities meetings, I'd like you to add the word relative to that so that it's really clear that you're going to meetings about city finance.
That would certainly be the intended purpose of that, and I'm comfortable with that, so that's fine.
Thank you.
I wonder if staff can make that note and get it back to us so that we have a final completed version.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kerr. I'm looking at the plan now and draft plan and trying to put your request into practice here. So I see there are 3 required items. They are sub-bullets underneath bullets. So is your desire to have those pulled out of those sub-bullets and aggregated in their own category?
I think it's our intention simply to follow the format of other committees and commissions. And my concern was simply that one of our items had a required item that was 3 items down under recommended. So I want those required items pulled to the top of each category. That's all.
Oh, yeah,
Relatively
I understand now.
Yeah.
To the top of each category. Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining.
Yep.
I propose the council adding one item, which may come as unusual coming from me because my mantra has been, cut, cut, cut. And I will recognize this is a quite ambitious work plan from my perspective, but it's the first work plan of this body. And so I commend you to the work that you're doing, and then hopefully we'll come back and have been able to go through this efficiently and effectively. When I was first discussing and having people look at the resolution that founded this body, since it was a new body with this council session, received some feedback that the scope of what the committee was charged to look at by its founding resolution was so wide as to be untenable to accomplish. And so I had some interest, and I think there was some interest on the part of members to have authority to look at that resolution and perhaps make some recommendations about how it might be more tailored to the work that the body actually can and does do going forward. So I don't know if maybe to start with the chair, I don't know if you have any thoughts or responses to that, or you think it's all good the way it is and just let it ride for a year.
I have to say, Vice Mayor Jordan, it is somewhat difficult to understand you. Your audio is breaking up on my end. So I'm a little bit reluctant to respond, not having fully comprehended what the points are that you're making. I think we have a very full work plan, and I would be happy to consider. I mean, this is only going to give us 12 months because we are the last. The first shall be last. The last shall be first. We are the last advisory body to present to you, so we'll have a limited amount of time to accomplish what we've outlined. So adding anything more at this point seems a bit of an overreach. And adding anything more in an overreach when I haven't really understood your words is an even further overreach. So if you bear with me, I'd be happy to consider that recommendation possibly in our next cycle, but not at this point.
Thanks for the feedback. I'm going to leave the meeting and restart my network. It's fun of the Zoom world.
All right,
Yeah.
so, and let's give him a couple of minutes to jump on if we can take like 5 minutes. All right, Vice Mayor, you want to try?
Yeah, I'll try again, and moving closer, my head can be even bigger. My thought that the feedback I received was that the resolution that set the charge to the committee had what some people on one of them was actually fairly high up in the federal government before she retired, said was an overly broad charge and was really infeasible for the committee to realistically attain. And so she recommended as an early step that the committee be empowered to look at that resolution and make recommendations on how to alter its charge to actually match what it was capable of doing and what it could usefully do. And I don't know if I'm coming through better now or not. But I take your point, even not understanding what I said, that maybe waiting a year is the way to go.
Yeah, certainly I would hold to that point, but I'd also request perhaps input from the city attorney about whether the committee is even in a position to review its own charge. That was not the responsibility of the committee. And full respect to the individual who made these comments, I don't know who that is, but I would be cautious in taking that on as a charge without legal guidance on that.
If you'd like me to jump
Yeah,
in.
Go ahead and jump
Yeah.
in.
If the council so directs it and is interested in getting that direction from the commission or the committee, then I think that's appropriate, as opposed to the committee or commission on their own making that review.
Yeah, so my intent was that the committee would review and make recommendations back to the council.
Exactly. And then the council could decide if that was appropriate or not.
Well, thank you for that. I'm happy to take that on, but again, I'd like to carve out a bit more time to do that, and I'd like to sort of hold to the work plan that we have at this point. If we were to add a review of our entire charge, I think we would wade in the waters pretty deep, and I'm not sure that we'd be able to accomplish what we need to do in the next 12 months if we were trying to figure out what we were going to do in the next 12 months, if that makes sense to you. We have been operating for a year now under the assumption that the work plan was based on the charge that we had, and to open up the actual purpose of the committee at this venue and at this juncture, I think it would require us reeling back in a lot of the work that we've already outlined.
So what this brings to mind for me is I don't want to, because there is turnover with an election, I don't want to lose the first session committee institutional knowledge, memory, and experience of how the work went relative to the charge. So maybe a way to approach this is that there would be an item that the committee will merely record its thoughts relative to his charge at the end of the current session, so that is captured into the minutes in institutional memory. And that's something that could be done, relatively more quickly than an in-depth review of the entire charge. Because I'm just worried if there's a lot of turnover in the committee, then we have a new committee and we've lost the knowledge on whether the charge was overbroad or not.
I guess I'm still going to push back a little bit and ask other council members to weigh in on this. This is the commentary of one individual to you, Vice Mayor Jordan, and I wonder if other council members feel equally that the charge of this committee has already been too broad and we've been operating for 12 months. I'm welcome to that discussion. Please go ahead.
Anyone? Councilmember McQuaid? You're mute.
Thank you. I would suggest that you continue as you are. And I think it'll shake out a little bit at the end when you do your final report at the end of your 2-year term. You'll sort of see how that aligns with the resolution. And I think that'll give us some information. I'm not sure that spending time figuring out what's hopefully going to be fairly obvious is really necessary.
Okay. Any other council members? Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember McQuaid. I think that although I think Vice Mayor Jordan has a good point and an important one, I think that with this being the first go round on this committee and its first and doing its first round of reporting, a lot will be learned. And if a narrower scope is appropriate the next time around, I'm sure that they will take that into account and bring it to us. Thank you.
Right. I agree. I think there has to be some measurable, like they said, it's brand new. So let's just see how it works and we'll tweak it as we go. Councilmember Tiedemann, did you have anything you want to add?
Nope. Sounds good to me.
All right. Let me go ahead and look out to, unless Vice Mayor Jordan, you want to add anything else? I'll go on to the public. No? All right. It doesn't appear to be any questions from the public. Let me go ahead and get a motion to move this forward.
I will move the item.
I'll second.
All right, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you so much, Judy, for your hard work with the committee, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you all, and particularly thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan, for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on to the next item is the quarterly budget. I'll go ahead and turn that over to staff. Oh, Vice Mayor Jordan, you had a question? You're on mute.
I was just waving goodbye to the good chair.
Vice Mayor, get it together. All right. All right, we'll turn it over to staff. Go ahead, please.
Finance Director should be joining soon.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Hello.
Hello.
So this is the quarterly update that you receive every quarter. This one is a little bit different because it first went to the Financial Advisory Committee prior to coming to Council. So most of the report was just a summary of what went to the Financial Advisory Committee. And it's similar to previous reports. It's broken down by, overall explaining where we are, budget to actual, and then it goes into expenses and revenues separately. I don't have a presentation, but what I will do is I will share the report itself with the charts that are in the report. So can everyone see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So the chart, this one is for expenses, and as you can see, expenses have steadily been climbing. In 2019 is where we switched from coding expenses to special revenue funds to coding them to the general fund and then having reimbursements processed. And so they've been climbing, at a more steady pace since that year. The majority of the increase between 2021 and 2022's first quarter spending was specifically related to the increase in our unfunded pension liability payment that happens in July every year, and an increase in our insurance costs. And those are explained in a little bit more detail in the staff report, but the pension costs we already knew about. Those were budgeted. We know that they are expected to increase year over year through the 2030s. So that is something that we can continue to plan on, those increasing costs. The insurance costs were a little bit more of a surprise. They were slightly over what we had budgeted for, but they're within a range that I'm not super worried about that. Insurance costs across the board have been going up. The increase in claims and the increase in the value of those claims is really driving this. A lot of it is being driven by insurance companies needing to basically restock their reserves because of these larger claims that they have been paying out. So those are the really only things that needed to be called out for expenses. Nothing else was outside of the norm. For revenues, we have collected more revenues than at this point last year, so that's good. We are still, while revenues have come in more than expected for this point through the year, we still haven't received the majority of our revenue, which is related to property taxes. And as you can see from this third chart in the staff report, quarter one is always lower than quarter two and quarter four. Quarter four is higher because we get another round of property tax, but also because most of our transfers have been processed in quarter four in the past. We are working towards getting those transfers processed quarter over quarter so that it's a little bit more of an even distribution. But right now they're shown in quarter 4. And really that is the gist of the things that really need to be called out for this point in the year.
Thank you, Heather. So in regards to the risk management, did they give options as far as like increasing our SIR or the limits that we have, like just to kind of offset that cost? That was a huge increase.
The most of the increase in cost was related to our excess insurance carrier for our workers' comp, and that increase happened very late in the budgeting cycle for Bay Cities. They weren't even aware of it until after the board had already approved the budget for Bay Cities and had to come back and say, hey, we didn't know, we need to amend the budget, which increased everyone's costs basically after they had already picked their self-insured retention rate. So it is something that the board is definitely aware that we need to make sure that these things come to cities more sooner than they did this past year. So that's something that the Bay Cities Joint Power Insurance Authority's administration is very aware of and is talking about reaching out to their excess insurance carriers ahead of time to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
And I think that's something we should pay close to. I mean, because we're not married to Bay Cities, we can definitely see, I mean, we don't want to put ourselves in a bind to where they're continuing to increase and we're continuing to play out. We're a small city. I'm sure we have a small number of claims compared to other cities. Why are we having to pay so much? So I just wanted to know what were our options and possibly explore some other options if we have to. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, what is the structure of the board of Bay Cities JPA?
So the Bay Cities has a member and an alternate, each from staff of all the members of Bay Cities. There's a few, like I think 5 small organizations that have a representative member, but don't actually have a voting board member. But I am the voting board member for Albany for Bay Cities.
Thank you. Yeah, I never thought to wonder about that before. And I guess to second what the mayor said, I mean, aside from whether the excess insurer gave adequate warning or not, I don't know that would have made the difference in terms of the massive increase. And because that's the excess insurer, I don't know, that the overall bill went up 50%. I don't know if the excess insurer doubled their part of it. I don't know what portion of what was previously billed was for the excess insurance part, but yeah, that's a pretty catastrophic increase.
So all of the different pieces of insurance costs went up. That one went up more than the others.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember McQuaid or Councilmember Nason?
Yes, I have a question. I'm sorry, I'm having computer trouble, so my brain is totally fried. So I lost my train of thought. Okay, so Heather, do you think insurance costs will continue to rise? I mean, one of the things that I hear about not pertaining particularly to cities, but is this whole fire insurance piece and how that's just exploded. So as we're looking over the next several years, are we going to need to budget more for insurance?
I think we will. I don't anticipate such a drastic increase as happened this last year, but I do anticipate that it will continue to increase over the next few years. Like I said before, it's not necessarily even the amount of claims, although that is, that is rising. It's the dollar value of each individual claim that keeps increasing. And I think that that's something that I can't say that insurance companies weren't ready for, but I think happened pretty quickly.
So when you say the number of claims, you don't mean particularly our number of claims, just across the board.
Mm-hmm. Right. So
is there a way to tell how, if our claims are going up? If I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I just would be curious to know.
there is a way to tell. I don't have that analysis right in front of me, but I do get that at least annually as part of the board meeting, which the base of these board meetings are open meetings and the public is more than welcome to attend. And all of their agendas are published ahead of time, just like any other public meeting. So that information is out there, and I can try to find the most recent one to send out.
You know, maybe next time. No, it's not that. Don't go back and do more work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nason, do you have a question? No? Councilmember Tiedemann. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed that the local area investment fund, which to my thin understanding is kind of the parking lot and holding tank for the city's funds, went up $5 million. I thought it might be useful if you could maybe dive into that just a little bit.
Sure. So there are a couple of different things that went into that. One is the massive increase in the property transfer taxes that we received towards the end of last fiscal year. And then the other one is we just received the 2.7 million, well, no, 2.35 because it's 4.7 total of the ARPA funds. So that we try to keep enough in the mechanics, the bank account, to cover fees associated with banking, and then the rest we try to invest. There is a significant amount in LAIF that is something that I plan on eventually talking to the Financial Advisory Committee about, you know, them bringing a proposal to you to potentially transition to an asset manager to think about diversifying our investments a little bit, to potentially bring in additional revenue from that.
Yeah, that's interesting. On the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District, they have well, I think it's their OPED fund, which is $5 million, and they have an asset manager working on that at a 0.45 basis points, which, given the returns, seem like a pretty reasonable deal. So, so I think there might be something there. Thanks. You're muted, man.
Yeah.
Sorry. I said, is there anyone else? And then I said I was going to go out to public comment to see if there are any hands raised. Any questions regarding the budget? We'll have one. Go ahead, please.
Mayor, 3 minute, 2 minutes?
3 minutes is fine. Judy?
You're on. Chair Carey, you're on mute.
Thank you. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to reference what I believe was in the staff report, but it may be later in the agenda, about the Finance Advisory Committee having reviewed the possibility of revenue items being placed on the ballot for November 2022. If I'm at the wrong place, please let me know. But while the Finance Advisory Committee certainly did review that in the context of these recent expense increases, we did not comment beyond just noting that. So I just want to make that point. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council for any last comments or questions before we let our financial director go. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I just thought I would let Chair Carey know that that is the almost last item tonight. It's item 11.2. But should you want to leave the meeting, perhaps could you make your comment here or now?
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. Just kind of a general comment. First of all, thank you, Heather, for, as always, your great reports and for your patience dealing with me asking the same questions all the time. I'm going to figure this out yet. I think as a council, we need to really be looking at the long term here and the long term finances and be careful of our spending going forward, because insurance will keep going up even if it's not drastic like this time. We know we have huge PERS costs that'll continue to rise. We're beginning to understand that our salaries really aren't competitive, and if we want to always have good people, we need to be able to pay them competitive wages. So we have a lot of financial issues coming, hiccups, whatever, and we can't balance it all on taxing our community. So I think we need to start really paying attention to how we're spending our money and thinking about different ways to generate more revenue, which I know the Finance Committee's also considering. So I just sort of wanted to throw out a bit of a cautionary tale there.
You all right? Anyone else? With that said, Councilmember Nason.
I'll take the opportunity to put in my my usual pitch for more long-term planning. I think it is very important for us to be able to understand, the big picture going forward over time, because I quite agree. I think that especially with the reluctance to make anybody's house non-conforming, even if it's in the midst of a highly flammable forest, the insurance expense for everyone in this state is just going to continue to go up, and that's going to include organizations like cities as well as homeowners. Thank you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much for your report and your time, and we'll see you next time. Have a good evening. All right, with that said, we'll move to line item number 9, which is our public hearing. Go ahead and turn it over to staff with that.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lizzie Coulson, the city's sustainability coordinator. The action before the council tonight is to to conduct a first read of an ordinance amending the municipal code to incorporate the Alameda County Waste Management Authority's Organics Reduction and Recycling Ordinance by reference and enforcement authority to county agencies over several provisions in the ordinance to meet new state requirements for Senate Bill 1383. A short summary of SB 1383, it's a state mandate that takes effect on January 1st of 2022 and is aimed at reducing climate change inducing methane emissions from landfill, diverting organic materials from the landfill and increasing edible food recovery. The Organics Recycling and Reduction Ordinance supersedes the mandatory recycling ordinance that has been in effect in Albany since 2012. If the Albany City Council opts to participate in the ORO, the Organics Reduction and Recycling Ordinance, the Waste Management Authority, otherwise known as Stop Waste, will work on behalf of the City of Albany to meet several of the requirements of SB 1383 and implement the proposed roles described with their existing resources. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions about the Organics Reduction and Recycling Ordinance, and I am also joined in the audience by Rachel Balsley of Stop Waste, who is also available to answer questions about enforcement of SB 1383.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. We'll bring it to the council. Anyone have any questions? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, so being Albany's representative on the Stop Waste Board, first learned from the City of Pleasanton representative that the city attorney there held the opinion that SB 83 imposed an unfunded mandate, which is obviously not what the state government thinks, but it's what that particular city attorney thought. I checked with our city attorney, and well, I may mischaracterize, but I think there was a similar opinion. She can jump in. I invite her to jump in if I get that wrong. So I was just curious to hear from, well, I've had some discussion with Stop Waste Management about this, and so I was curious, thinking it would be useful for the council to hear what the thinking is at Stop Waste on this unfunded mandate issue, because it's not an insubstantial amount of money that's involved to comply. Yeah, go ahead.
I can take a first stab at answering this, but Rachel, I encourage you to jump in if I missed something. On a few webinars, CalRecycle staff has stated that this is not an unfunded mandate because we can recover funds through rates for our waste collection services. But Rachel and also our city attorney may have another take on that as well. Rachel?
Hello, Rachel Balsley, Senior Program Manager at Stop Waste. Yes, we have had some discussions about this particular issue. I think particularly the amount of organic waste products in the procurement requirement of the regulations is very significant, and all cities are expected to be challenged to sort of procure the amount and the costs associated with that. I will mention that Stop Waste is bringing to its board a legislative priority to try to work on a legislative fix for the procurement in particular. It was done on a population-based standard, and it's not really based in reality in terms of how much need or space or land to put that compost in, and those procurement costs are extremely significant. We don't know where that will go in terms of legislative fixes, but it's something that our agency is willing to work regionally to try to get to happen. So that's what I wanted to just add. And I wanted to also thank Vice Mayor Jordan for his support and leadership on the Stop Waste Management Authority Board.
Thanks. That's my job.
Any other council members? Vice Mayor, did you want to add something else?
Yeah, just to frame my understanding of the question, demand funded or unfunded mandate. I guess there's some question whether procurement can really be viewed as a fee, which my understanding is it would have to be viewed as a fee legally in order to be able to impose it through rate recovery. And so is the procurement of organics really providing a benefit to the ratepayers is how I understand a fee. What is required for something to be a fee. And it's not clear that it is, because we'd be using rate funding to procure organics and then spread them wherever, some other part of the city and or not even in the city. If we have a spreading agreement with, say, an agricultural interest. So opinions vary.
Okay. See any public comments at this time? All right, I'll bring it back to the council. Any last minute for a motion?
I will move the resolution, and I will get there so that I can say what it is. Let's see, I will move resolution 2021 that's 1-1. Oh, we're further along that, but that's what it says in that.
I'm sorry, this is an ordinance, not a resolution.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you. I will move, thank you, City Clerk. I will move ordinance 2021-11.
I'll second.
All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call, please, Anne.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes. Thank you so much.
The first reading passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Rachel, for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, we will move down to line item number 10, which is unfinished business. It's an update for the City Council Subcommittee on the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. And if you could bring up Karina Gould And Councilmember Tiedemann and I would like to report on what we've been working on up to date in regards to the resolution that was put forth in September. All right, so first, before you have the land acknowledgement statement that we worked with Karina on to establish. I want to see if anyone had any questions. Oh, ahead, Councilmember McQueen.
I'm sorry, are you asking for questions on the land acknowledgement now, or are you going to do your full report first? I'm sorry.
No, I'll go through each. So we'll start with the land acknowledgement. Were there any questions or concerns regarding that?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't give you exactly the line.
Okay.
At one point, it is spelled out Lisjan '(S), LISJAN''S. It would seem like it should not have the ''S" unless I'm not interpreting it quite correctly. And I also wanted a little more clarification on the line that says, quote, "make strides to repay the debt that is owed." I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Okay, I'll have Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes, I think your catch on the ''S", I think you are correct. Apologies for not catching that. That's what happens when you trade versions of things between several people over email. On the debt, I think the idea there, and I think this is reflected in the later item about the land tax, is the idea is sort of spelled out in this acknowledgement that as any community around here does, Albany owes a debt to the people who this land was taken from, and as well as we try to capture as a debt to the people from the tribes who originally occupied this land who are still vibrant members of our community, despite the injustice that have been done to them. So I think that's hopefully the idea, and that was what we were trying to communicate in the land acknowledgement. Mayor, if you want to add anything, please do.
Good. Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, is it possible to put the land acknowledgement up as a screen share?
Thank you, Anne.
I guess I do have concerns with that phrase, as we haven't really talked about what repaying the debt means. And I don't want to lock us into something with the statement that we may or may not want to do down the road.
Can you elaborate on that? I mean, I think in the presentation that was presented on September 20th, it was laid out exactly what has been done, what the initiative was about, and how debt needs to be repaid based on the injustice. I think Councilmember Tiedemann specifically stated that. So I guess if you can just enlighten the members of the public and the council on what you mean.
I don't think the council has determined how we would pay the debt. And it feels to me like having it in here commits us to something that we haven't really discussed.
If I could jump in.
Sure.
I think there's two things to consider here. First, that first of all, that I don't think this acknowledgement as it's written is saying, you know, the use of the phrase "repay the debt" is, to my reading, not intended to say to, you know, commit us to paying a monetary debt. It is more the overall debt that we as a community owe to the community that first resided here. And is, more about our values. And as with this whole acknowledgement is about the sort of symbolism of our community acknowledging what's happened. And that I think is an important idea, and that this is a first step. This is, a land acknowledgement is kind of the baseline of what we can do, and the going above and beyond and doing something that's more active to really, repay that debt, whether it be in, holding more events, educating, or actually paying money, however we do that, is how we go beyond this. And I think to some extent we have committed to the idea of that, even if not the specifics, and that, we passed a resolution saying that we were going to explore paying land tax. I don't think this necessarily means that there has to be a specific amount on that, if that's your worry. But I think we have committed to repaying a debt in many senses of that word, not necessarily in a way that says, we will pay this amount, if that's what you're worried about, if that's what I'm reading from your concern.
And I think that the repayment of debt is a formal phrase, like I will just piggyback on what Councilmember Tiedemann stated. It's not saying we're going to repay the debt in cash. We're going to repay the debt in land. It's basically we're repaying, like you said, we acknowledge the wrong, and now we're going to repay that. It doesn't specifically say how, because we have those initiatives that were put forth. And then that's just symbolizing that we're working towards to making the wrong right, So I don't know if that brings clarity to.
It definitely brings clarity, and I like the idea that it's not a formal, yes, we will pay X amount of dollars. I just, and I don't want to wordsmith this here, that just is useless, but if we could quickly think of a different phrase than repay the debt, and I'm sure Councilmember Nason can do this because she's really good at this stuff.
I was going to suggest that we insert the word moral to indicate that this is a whole panoply of different kinds of debt. It is not a financial debt that we're talking about. We owe a debt to the Ohlone tribe in the same way that we owe a debt to the people who founded Albany. We owe a debt to all kinds of people who have benefited us, known and unknown to us over the years. That's how I took the debt, to mean a moral obligation, not anything that is legal or financial.
Yeah, I knew you'd be good at it.
That change of wording makes sense to me. I'd also, before we change anything, I'd love to hear from Karina if she wants to clarify anything, as she helped us write this.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Great to be back here with all of you again tonight. I really love that we're having this conversation in public about a land acknowledgement. And one of the things I say about land acknowledgement is that land acknowledgements can't be something that is stagnant. It really needs to be a living document, a place where we can find ways that we were going to continue an ongoing relationship with one another, that we could change the wording with it. And so it's great that we're looking at the word changing right now and trying to figure out how that is. But also looking towards the future is, how as we say that we acknowledge the pain of the past, the history, the genocide that happened here, but not just leave it there. How do we then create relationships with the descendants and the people that are here on this land today, that are that have their ancestors buried in this land, that have been dispossessed of the lands and the waters that their ancestors had been caretaking for thousands of years. So then we move forward in that. In the last meeting that we presented at, when the council came forward and said, we will look at how do we re-engage the tribe in doing language, or how do we acknowledge that this is their land by raising the flag over Albany, or how do we look at land that the city now has and is not being used. So how do we do that? So really listing out things that we can imagine working together with the tribe and the city in an ongoing fashion. And so we could do some of that today. You know, it's a moral debt or moral obligation to work with the people, the First Nation people on whose land you're on. We can say that. Maybe, you know, maybe it's the word debt. People have a hard time because when you think of debt, you think of some kind of financial thing. Maybe you think of a different word than debt, right? We had always thought of a different word than tax, but people understand what that means, right? When you say those words, they know there's an obligation, and maybe it's a moral obligation.
I like that.
We are owed. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? Vice Mayor Jordan, I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the conversation all around. I didn't have a problem with debt, so happy to have others proceed on that. I mean, there's another example that the council had directed the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission to look at the possibility of lands that there might be partnership with the tribe on, and or the tribe could actually, you know, have preeminence in that space. So I think we are already making those strides. My feedback is more stylistic. When we say it is important that we acknowledge, to me, that kind of phrasing doesn't have confidence. It's kind of defensive, as opposed to just saying we acknowledge. It's sort of presuming that the listener is going to think, well, this isn't important. And so, oh, we got to stick in, it's important. So I'd prefer to get rid of that. Sort of the same with we thank them for their many contributions, sort of like, well, we think the listener's not going to think they've made contributions. So we're going to stick the word many in there to try and reinforce that. And I just think it comes from a defensive place as opposed to an emphatic, confident place. So stylistically, I would take out the word many as well. But I didn't work on it, so tell me I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, absolutely, please.
This makes sense to me. I just wanted to note that from a grammar perspective, if we take out as important, that I think we need to add a must before make strides to make it read right. But apart from that, I'm fine with all these changes.
Could we change repay to recognize?
It could be recognized, could replace must make strides. We recognize the moral, I could replace must make strides to repay. We recognize the moral obligation that is owed.
You don't repay, I'm not sure you repay an obligation. That's why I like to recognize better there.
Yeah.
So maybe the obligation should be homage. Well, how we use that word?
I'm sorry, Mary, I didn't understand you.
The word home, HOMAGE. Can we use that word for debt versus obligation? So that sentence can work better. Not obligate for debt. So remove debt. Oh, okay. We did remove that in obligation. Sorry about that.
Okay. But I'd still like to recognize instead of repay.
I think repay needs to stay.
I would say that repay is more active. The entire thing is recognizing, whereas repay communicates that we're doing something. And I'd also say, just for flow wise, I think debt works better than an obligation and homage. But if we want to change it, then I'm okay with that.
I mean, I mean, we can wordsmith this to death, but I think it is what it is. It just is simple, it's plain. That's just what needs to happen. And that's just something we need to acknowledge, whether it's how one feel about the word debt or not. I just don't see a problem with that. And repaying is simply what it is. We are repaying.
Yeah, I prefer moral debt
Okay.
as well.
So take homage and obligation. Are you working on this, Vice Mayor?
No, that's our wonderful city
Oh.
clerk doing it in real time.
Thank
Much
you so much.
appreciated too.
I'm just like, Vice Mayor is really moving here.
Actually, city clerk, I think at least three of us expressed an interest in going back to debt. So getting rid of obligation, just returning back to debt. I know it's a confusing conversation why we usually avoid trying to do this on the fly, but thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's take a minute to see if there's any public comment, then I'll bring it back so we can finalize the language on here. There's no public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to council.
Mayor, somebody did pop up.
Yeah, it's just the last second.
They just went away. They raised their hand and they dropped it.
Anyone for a public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, now I'm bringing it back to council. All right, to finalize, any other questions or concern about this acknowledgement before we make a motion to pass?
Mayor, can I ask a process question?
Yes.
Do we want to vote on the proposed language first, or do our other updates on this item first?
So I need to go, we only have two items right now that we could vote on, and that's the land tax invoice and this land acknowledgement. The other from the signage and the school board, that's just basically us giving an update on it. So we can do those two at the same time.
I could be wrong, but from my reading of our agendized items, I don't think we have anything else to pass besides this, as we have the invoice here for info, but I don't think it's agendized as something that we are passing. Could Nicole or City Attorney, could you correct me if I'm wrong there?
I could jump in if that's appropriate, Mayor. Garrett. I concur. I think at best maybe you could direct that the invoice, if there's a desire to pay the invoice, to direct it to be either included in a budget or, direct it for a future agenda item, whether it be on consent or not.
Sounds good. All right, we'll go ahead and do the vote for the land acknowledgement, and then we'll just provide an update on followings to move forward.
And are you willing to entertain a motion?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, then I move that we adopt the proposed land acknowledgement be read at the beginning of city council meetings and all other city board and commission meetings.
I second that. Go ahead and get a vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and look at the invoice that's before you, because that wasn't the initial request, was to have that as to be passed and approved, but we'll go ahead and put this on another agenda to review, if that works. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Well, I may have misunderstood, but I think the city attorney waited that we could provide direction.
We can.
So I think we can provide a sense of the council. Am I understanding that correct, city attorney? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm in support. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the framing. Even at $1 an acre, it's pretty shocking. how over a century adds up. And obviously $1 an acre is ridiculous on the face of it, but it does spark thought.
Anyone else? Councilmember McQuaid?
Yeah, I have several questions. I guess part of it is I'm confused where this actually came from and how it sort of got here without a staff report or something. But so maybe you could explain briefly what was the process in getting this document.
So the process was simply Councilmember Tiedemann and I, we worked together with Karina and her staff on establishing the basis to respond to the initiatives that were set forth on September 20th. We met, we discussed a land acknowledgement, we discussed the invoice. I've asked them to provide the invoice for us to review and pass based on the calculations that they made. That's what they've just done. With that said, we met with the school board members, we discussed their portion of it, and we also recommended that Karina work with staff on the signage that is also in that initiative. So right now we're going to go over the invoice that Karina has presented. If there's questions about the numbers, you definitely can ask her and her staff, and they'll be able to provide an update on what that comes to at $28,250.
So was there any discussion with any Albany city staff about this?
Karina, will you go ahead and address Councilmember McQuaid's question?
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember McQuaid. It's great to talk to you about this. And if I could ask the city staff to bring Ariel Lucky on. Ariel's my staff member that worked with us to help to create these numbers here. Is that a possibility to bring him on panel?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank
Hello.
you. And thank you, City Council. My name is Ariel Lucky, and I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the Development Director at Curative Land Trust. Councilmember McQuaid, to answer your question, no, we did not consult directly with city staff in putting this invoice together.
Great, thank you. I know you're reaching out to other cities, and I'm just curious what other cities are doing as you're reaching out to them.
Yeah, so far, Alameda is the first city to have passed this this last summer. They put the Shumi land tax into their general operating budget for the 2 years, this year and next year. They pass their budget in 2-year sections. And then Albany has, you are next. This is a brand new phenomenon. We started the Shumi land tax as an invitation to individuals who live in Lisjan Ohlone territory, and then expanded that invitation to organizations and institutions, schools and businesses and nonprofits and community organizations. And now we are engaging local city municipalities in this initiative of the Shumi land tax. So this is very much at the beginning. And it's evolving, and we're learning as we go.
Just out of curiosity, are the invoices all basically the same as ours, like square footage times years of being a city? How do you determine for other cities what they owe?
We have not yet, actually. Alameda came up with their number. With their own calculations internally. It was based, I think one of the council members kind of did their own calculations to come up with the number. So there isn't any particular precedent or equation or calculation that has been established with any city yet. And, this proposal is really just kind of a beginning. We're hoping to continue this conversation and explore what the Schumi land tax can look like in an ongoing way with the city of Albany and other cities around Lisjan Ohlone land. And it's, to some degree, it is, you know, and I think Vice Mayor spoke to this briefly earlier. How can you put a dollar value on an acre, on 100 years of history, on the history of genocide and colonization? It's to some degree a ridiculous, you know, undertaking. There is no right amount of money that's going to, you know, make the pain and the harm of the past go away. So it is a combination, the project is a combination of symbolism and also tangible and significant, meaningful support for the work of rematriation that Curative Land Trust is doing in the city of Albany.
Great, thank you. And I think I'd like to ask one last question, basically to the city attorney, if that's possible. You did send us some information a while ago, and I'm just curious as to the city's ability to give money, not specifically to this cause, but to any nonprofit that would apply to us for money. Do we have the ability to just do that?
You did ask that question, Councilmember McQuaid, at the last meeting. You had specifically had concerns about whether this may be considered a gift of public funds. And what I did research was that a charter city such as Albany is not subject to the gift of public funds requirements. So there is nothing specific in our charter that prohibits the city from donating. And in fact, there are concepts of donating to private nonprofit groups and other groups. So I don't think there's anything in our charter or in our municipal codes that would prevent that. And as I mentioned, the gift of public funds issue isn't applicable to Albany as a charter city.
Great, okay, thank you. Okay, those are all my questions for now.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I definitely support, I definitely would like to see the city help support the Curative Land Trust. I'm not comfortable though with some of the language here or the amount. You know, and I agree, it could be a symbolic amount or it could be an endless amount. I mean, you know, you can't even up genocide with some, you know, amount, some dollars. But on the other hand, we, you know, as a government entity that levies taxes on people, I think the idea, I'm a little concerned about making the idea of taxation more vague, in that, you know, we have to take taxation with extreme seriousness. People who don't pay their taxes can be jailed. We impose taxes on people and we take it at the threat of putting them in jail. That's a very, that's a really awesome kind of power. And I think that concept of taxation, this should be separated from the concept of taxation, to my mind. That's one issue. A second issue is, you know, the city of Alameda is going to pay $11,000 each year for 2 years, right? And they've got 4 times the population that Albany has. I feel like this is an extraordinarily large amount for, if Alameda is the standard. I do feel that, again, no amount is enough, and yet on the other hand, our responsibility is to make sure that Albany's share is an appropriate share with what the other cities are doing. Right now, the only other city that is doing this is Alameda, and I think that we should model and follow the example of Alameda. And, you know, just because the way I'd rather see this done is when we get to rematriation, and in particular, I think rematriating lands where graves may exist and lands where archaeological sites may exist, and lands that have non-native vegetation has grown up on them. This is going to be very expensive. And I speak as somebody who has worked in land trusts. If we, and I don't know what exactly people have in mind in terms of who will manage the land, but managing the land is going to be a very expensive proposition. And I think that Albany should support the Curative Land Trust with management funds as opposed to paying a tax. And if it just makes a great deal more sense to me. I see land management funding as a benefit to the people of Albany, which owns the land and would have to manage it itself if it were not rematriated to the tribe. I just see that as a more legitimate use of tax revenues than simply paying it over to the tribe as a gift, which is what this is in reality. It's not a tax, it is a gift, and we must draw a distinction between taxes that are extracted involuntarily and gifts that are made out of a sense of moral obligation and a desire to build a right relationship.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Nason. Vice Mayor Jordan, did you have anything you want to say? Looks like Councilmember Tiedeman's hand is next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Nason. I think that's an interesting idea to be explored in terms of supporting ongoing activities through providing money for land management activities. But I see this as the action that we can take now, and it's going to be some time before we figure out the land part. And I also don't, given what we heard that Alameda was the first, and we're essentially figuring this out as we go along, I don't take Alameda. I mean, I take the fact that Alameda did something as what is salient, not necessarily the amount that they settled on. I think for myself, if I'm out discussing this with people, I appreciate the simplicity of how I would be able to describe how this amount was arrived at, particularly because $1 an acre per year for 100 years, more than 100 years, that I think that has explanatory gravity to it, and it's going to be something that people will understand. They may not like, they may not agree with, but when they understand it's $1 per acre per year relative to the marketized value of the land now, I think that's a reasonable formula. You're muted, Mayor.
Muted.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, I think the council for other comments, and I think I largely echo Vice Mayor Jordan. I think in the interest of what we can do to move this forward and what is the best next step, it seems like to me that the subcommittee of the mayor and I can work on a sort of staff report version / possibly a resolution based on this with Karina and with staff to some extent, and bring that back to present something that details not just this proposal as well, this proposal for this year and this proposal going forward, as well as maybe do some research about how the Alameda figure was arrived at. As I agree with Vice Mayor Jordan, just because Alameda did that first doesn't mean that they should be the model. But in the interest of completeness and informing our discussion, it could be useful to have that research and show, here's how that was arrived at, here's how this was arrived at, as well as have some substantial discussion of, what is our reason for paying this, as we've, I think, said a couple different ones in this discussion. And I want to make sure that we are clear when we pass this, as I think we will, of why we think it's necessary and why we're doing it. So I don't want to sign the mayor up for work she hasn't agreed to, so I will defer to her if she thinks this is the right way to go, but I think that's something that we could start working on at our level.
And if you want to go ahead and report to what we discussed with the board and the actions that they're going to take, and basically if we can just get an update from the city manager on the signs and what that time frame would look like, that's pretty much it on our reporting. Go ahead.
Before we move on, I wanted to, Councilmember Nasa, do you have something more to say on this part of it?
I was going to suggest something else because, funding is, it's very helpful. It will mean a great deal more, I think, for Mr. Lucky and Ms. Gould's efforts in talking with other cities if Albany has actually done something, even if it is small, right away. And I would suggest that we match what Alameda has done, which means we are already doing, 4 times on a per capita basis, not talking about dollars for acres, but that we do, that we ask the staff to come back at the next meeting with a proposal for 11,000, and that the balance be wrapped into a discussion of rematriation and how we are going to fund the management of anything that is rematriated to the tribe. And I'm going to also point this out. I mean, you remember the Ohlone people were there was a catastrophic genocide, which in fact, much of it took place before the end of the Mexican period. You also have, what do we owe, what does the United States owe Mexico for the wrongs of the Mexican-American War? There are so many different obligations here. You can't even begin to sort them out in terms of, dollars per acre and so forth. I just would feel, I think that the focus should be on fulfilling Albany's share of something much larger that we'll hope to see all the other cities in the area do, and do quickly. And the other piece being the management of the land, and that Albany will be supporting the Curative Land Trust in the resources that it will need to manage the land as it sees fit. Thank you.
So let's thank you so much. Let's put a pin in this. Councilmember Tiedemann, can you go ahead and just give us a brief overview of what we discussed with the school board?
Sure. We had a meeting with some members of the school board the other day and discussed the part of the resolution that we passed on the subject that was recommending that the school board incorporate more info on this issue into their curriculum. We had a conversation around that, and it seemed like the language that we passed recommended a committee be formed. The school board members said that while that could be useful, they were mostly pursuing this through a group of parents and faculty that had been working on this for a little bit of time now, and that group was probably going to be more productive than forming a specific committee on it. So I think at the moment, that's how they're working on it, and we will get updates and share them with the council as they come to us through them.
Thank you so much. And then finally, the board. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious. Is that the diversify the narrative effort? I haven't really been following it, but is the committee underneath that banner, or is that a different effort?
I don't remember them mentioning that banner, but I could be wrong. I see the mayor shaking her head, so yeah, it could be, but it wasn't mentioned.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. And then regarding the signage.
Sure, Mayor, I can add an update there. Karina, thank you for your email communication with me over the last couple of weeks about the signage and the contacts in the City of Berkeley. I was delighted to receive some information back from City of Berkeley staff with their design of the sign that they did through their leadership initiative. So I now have that. It's very specific to Berkeley, so we were in process of doing some gentle design of it to acknowledge that you're in Albany, and also, of course, the recognition of the Ohlone land using the correct words on the sign. And I hope that we will have a better update of fabrication of those signs and installation very soon. Fabrication, we've heard, could take up to a month or so. It really will depend on the specific size of the sign and if it's a standard size and whatnot. So I don't have those finite details just yet, but I will be sure to keep the council informed and coordinate directly with Karina on the draft mock-up of the sign as soon as we have it available.
All right, sounds good. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Can I go back to the discussion of the land tax?
Okay, go ahead.
Next up, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Nason. I don't think your suggestion is really at odds with mine. Of the only real difference, I think, is which level it's happening at, and I don't want to throw this onto staff's plate and tell them to come back with it lickety split. I think this is something we could do on the subcommittee level, and I think the goal there would be to bring back something that, you know, has a staff report discussing some of these things, but also has something actionable. And the, you know, whether that actionable thing that ends up being passed is the, you know, matching Alameda's number, or whether we change it on the dais to matching this number, you know, whichever we go with, I think just, but having that staff report that discusses these numbers, discusses how Alameda came to theirs, discusses why we want to do this, and then has something that we can actually vote on in the moment will help us clarify these things and give us something actionable that we can then vote on soon.
All right, thank you so much. I'll check the public to see if there's any comments out. None at this time. We'll go ahead and bring it back to council before moving to the new business. Councilmember Quaid, is your hand up?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Go ahead.
As you're preparing your report, Councilmember Tiedemann and Mayor Gary, for me, it would be helpful to have something from our finance department as to where this money comes from. It's, you know, it's not a budgeted item. It's a lot to be putting in a budget midstream. So I'd be really curious as to exactly how this is going to play out. Thank you.
All right,
Mayor,
go ahead.
Mayor, we did have one member of the public that raised her hand.
Okay, go ahead and let him in for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, this is Nick Peterson. I'm a resident of Albany and also a member of the Climate Action Committee. I'm not speaking as a member of the committee, I'm just speaking as myself. This is a very interesting conversation. I don't think I caught quite everything on this, but a few questions I have. One is, and I think Councilmember Nason touched on this. I mean, it seems confusing to think that this small payment would be in recognition of all the devastation and grief that has happened over the hundreds of years since the Spanish invaded and enslaved the Indians and took over the land, and then the other Europeans came and essentially hoodwinked the Spanish ranchero owners out of their land. I mean, it goes back a lot further than when Albany was founded. So I think the idea of having, even addressing that is somewhat odd, trying to put a dollar value on it. I stumble over that myself. That said, there's also an interest in knowing how does the land trust benefit the descendants of the Ohlone people that are still here in the area, and how are the funds that are being brought by the tax used? Is the tax just for a certain limited period of time, one-time payment only, all moral debts and obligations paid? I mean, these are all really big and complex kind of thoughts to get your hands around, especially as people who have come along many generations later sort of inheriting this situation. I think we're all very sorry for how people could have lived in peace on an area of land for at least, 15, 10,000 years. Maybe not the same people, they probably evolved over time. But anyway, that in a very short period of time, they would be relegated to either dead or slaves, and the land that they lived on no longer open to them and controlled by others. So I find this very meaty issues, and I'm confused as a resident of Albany what these payments accomplish. I like the resolutions and the statements that we must recognize that this happened, but again, I'd like more information on just where the money goes, how it benefits the descendants, what the land trust, what lands it holds, what the land's used for, what's going on, what is this all establishing? But anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Kains Zapata. I am a resident of Albany. I grew up in Albany. I'm on the Social and Economic Justice Commission as well for the city of Albany, and I'm so glad, I actually just joined. I'm so glad to see Karina and Ariel here tonight, and I really want to express deep gratitude for the work you're doing with the city from the beginning. Our conversations and the work that a lot of people are doing is hopefully to get Albany in right relationship with a sovereign governmental agency, which is the tribe. And so I'm here just to hopefully provide some words on behalf of a lot of people who live in the city of Albany who want to see our government, you all as city council members, in community with the tribe. I want to just say that, and I've said this before at these meetings, the only way forward for the city of Albany is to look back and to face with courage and dignity what has been done in the past, and what we're hopefully talking about tonight is a reckoning with what was done, from the very beginning, the original sort of the original mistakes and violence that has happened against the Lisjan Ohlone people. So I really hope tonight that you all will work directly with the tribe, that you will listen and represent our city in a way that, again, looks back in order to look forward. I really can't say this enough, and I think they're, I'm not sure that everyone is on the same page about this, which is why I really wanted to come on tonight and say something, so that we can be in right relationship, that we can be in a relationship that's based on a mutuality and respect for the tribe. So I just, again, I want to say what a special thing it is tonight to get onto this call and see Karina here spending her time, and a deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Karina, and I hope we do right.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Yes, this is Brian Martin. I wanted to thank the City Council for taking on these issues and for discussing and trying to figure out the best path forward. I wanted to make sure that whatever is done as far as monetary or other assets given to any nonprofit, that it be that the City Council do it in a mindful way that is clear to the public, why it's being done in one case and maybe not in others. I know there are a number of City Council members that have ties to various nonprofits like the Rotary Club and the Sierra Club and Strollers and Rollers, and in the past, the City Council has been involved with benefiting the Lions Club in various ways, another nonprofit organization in town. And the City Council is dealing with some of the ramifications of that now, decades later. And so I think whatever the City Council does, it should make clear why this particular, any particular nonprofit should be getting money or assets of any other kind. And just as long as that case is made very clearly, that would be very helpful to the general public, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other comments? So I'll bring this back to the council. So briefly, I will have Karina or Ariel just address the first commenter's question on where the money goes and address some of those concerns briefly, and then Councilmember Tiedemann briefly, and then we can move on to new business. All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would suggest that folks go onto the Curative website, and it's very clear where the work and the money goes to, how we are working with land in different parts of our territories, how we are re-engaging not just Indigenous people, but all people that now live in our territories with the land again. We are trying to create relationships with people that have moved onto our territories without having any idea that we still exist here. And so really it's about taking care of the land, about engaging in cultural relationships, doing language classes again with our tribal members, re-engaging elders into the work, our young people into the work, but Indigenous people from all across the world that have been moved here on forced relocation programs through the United States government that have no land as well. And so also bringing in together when we are out of COVID times, people from all walks of life that come and do amazing work and helping us to take care of the land. And one of the last huge volunteer days we had was at the Giltrack Farm in Albany. We had a couple of hundred young people, adults, their children, babies in strollers coming to help us pull weeds and move stuff. And so it was a wonderful thing for people to re-engage in the land in places that we think of as urban, places that we forget that we as human beings need to have that touch with land. And so those are the ways that we do that, is really doing public education, re-engaging people in our territories back in the land, paying staff members, doing cultural work, and all of those things. And really the website is a living website. Unlike many websites, our website changes all the time with beautiful photographs and work that our staff is doing to re-engage in all of those things.
Thank you so much, Karina. And Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly say first to Councilmember McQuaid's point about consulting staff for what we're doing. That was definitely my intention. I wanted to make it so that we are, consulting with staff about where this money will come from and how it will fit into the budget. Obviously, while not, saying figure that out and also write the staff report and also work with this group. So have us do a little bit more of the work. And then just to say that I think all the questions from public comment about how this money is spent that Karina just talked about, as well as, why we're doing this and why it's worth doing. Those are absolutely the kind of things that I think that when we bring this back, that I am aiming that we answer and explain pretty fully. So I think it'll be useful for everyone when we do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Ariel. Have a good evening. And we're moving on to line number 11, which is the new business. For Albany Waterfront, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Nason. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I hope this can be fairly quick. We are marking the passage on November 28th of the last signature on the Memorandum of Understanding with the East Bay Regional Park District. And this is suggesting that we allow that memorandum to expire without seeking any sort of renewal or renegotiation or anything of that kind at this time, but instead try to work with the Park District on smaller, more concrete areas of collaboration and improvement. And it also proposes that the $300,000 that was set aside for the transition for the environmental documentation on the transition process instead be used for small improvements that make the park safer and more attractive and more usable for its for the park users. It also affirms what is already underway with the master plan, that our parks master plan, it is appropriate for that master plan to include provisions related to the Albany waterfront, which has been something of a question throughout that process. The background of this is hopelessly long and complicated. It goes back for decades, but basically Albany for many, many years had looked forward to a day when the Albany's portion of the waterfront, the part that is currently signed as the Albany Waterfront Park, would be turned over to the East Bay Regional Park District and managed by the Park District as part of the McLaughlin East Shore State Park. Whether that is still an ultimate objective is kind of moot at this point, because the concerns of the landfill closure regulators make such a transfer, pretty much take such a transfer off the table at this time. Albany and the Park District need to work with the landfill regulators on shoreline stabilization and landfill closure issues, which are issues that are going to take quite some time and money that will have to come from the state, very possibly from federal sources, Vice Mayor Jordan. So this is intended to be essentially an acknowledgement of the reality on the ground, together with a commitment to spend the money that was set aside for incremental improvements rather than another round of documentation that is really not ripe and would be very unlikely to have any utility at this time. And I'd be happy to, and I wanted to point out, this is supported by both the Sierra Club and the members of the Albany Landfill Dog Owners Group, who have been emailing us all today. And I have not heard objections, at least, from the Love the Bulb folks or the water sports people or the beach goers or the people who practice the bassoon or whatever people do on the bulb. I think that this is I feel when you have both the Sierra Club and All Dog agreeing, I think you've got a pretty wide range of bulb interests coming together, and I hope the council can support it.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open it up for council for any comments or questions regarding the recommendation. All right, is there any public comment? All right, I guess, can I get them out? I'm sorry, go ahead, Judy Cook.
Hi, thank you, Rochelle, for a very good report. I just wanted to interject my own personal concern that I've taken up with East Bay Regional Parks about water quality testing at the bulb. And I don't know whether this is an appropriate place to interject that into conversations or not, but it's an ongoing concern, and this is an opportunity to talk about it. East Bay Mud recently put up signs down at the beach saying don't go in the water. And they're the only people, as far as I know, because of sanitary sewer overflow, who are monitoring any kind of water safety and water quality down there. So I would like, in the interest of the children who splash and play, and in the interest of the adults who swim and windsurf, to suggest that perhaps we can bring this to the table with East Bay Regional Parks. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to second Judy Kerr's comments about water quality testing. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for a motion. Vice Mayor Doran, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to pick up on that, and maybe it's a future agenda item, but I'm also interested in the water testing issue because the Park District tests water to other beaches, which seem to have similar numbers of people in them. The Albany beach has become quite a bit more popular to the credit and success of the Park District and the work that it did out there. So given that this item, sort of broadly speaking, is about collaboration, that's an area of collaboration that's on their side, not our side. So I don't know what the best way to proceed is. I could bring back a potential letter that we could send to the Park District if council's interested, if that seems the way to go. My other item is the list, which I think is, I can't remember which attachment it is, a lot of attachments, which I love, by the way, knowing me. But there's the last attachment was a list of sort of, notional or ideas of things that could be done.
Yeah.
I know those lists from being an advocate, those lists can take on a life of their own, even though they have that sort of notional stamp on them. So I would like to have added to that list the exploration of implementing the conceptual trail network that's in the transition plan. And I think we could bring stakeholders together. I think it could be a good community building effort out there. I think there's usually a lot of volunteer energy around trails, maintaining trails and whatnot. So since that was in the transition plan, I'd like to have that added to the list to the extent it has any future life.
I think that talking about trails, I would not link it to the transition study because not everybody thinks, not everybody is on board with the particular linkages that were proposed in the that were on the map for the transition study. It was actually one of the reasons a lot of people got very leery of the transition study because of concern that it would no longer be a good place to hike because, these trails would be created and bicycles would be on all the trails and so forth. So I think that a more neutral, just that collaboration regarding trail improvements is a perfect place to start.
Great. Thanks for adding to the list. And then I guess to go back to the water testing, I don't know what the council's reaction is to that.
That's really much more the Park District's issue, unless it were to be wrapped into the next iteration of Albany's MPDES permit, I think. You know, it's a stormwater issue, but it's not really Albany's stormwater that is causing the issues on the beach, and the beach itself is the Park District. But it is certainly something that could be appropriately added to the next agenda of discussion between the city and the Park District. That you know, it is right off our shore, and a lot of Albany residents are down there using that water, and that it ought to be tested.
Great. Well, you know, I mean, I'm not saying we would do this here, but my inclination is to bring back an item with a draft letter to get the conversation going with the Park District. Unless somebody objects to that step, I'll probably take that step.
Would it be okay to plan on just putting it on the first agenda, and then if we don't get a response that looks collaborative and ready to move forward, then we would move on with a letter to the board?
Yeah, that sounds great. And I don't know, it sounds like there's a more formal standing process, bilateral process, if you will, bilateral meetings with the Park District that I'm aware of. Maybe you could elaborate on that for my education.
Well, there's staff level meetings going on, but coming out of this, my hope, one of the comments is that we would pursue collaboration at a policy level as well as at an implementation level. And that's what I'm hoping will occur, is that we might get some somewhat more formal. A lot of the other cities in the East Bay Regional Park District area have liaison committees. Richmond has a liaison committee. Fremont has a liaison committee. There's several of them, but Albany has never had one. I don't think we ever will, but we might get a meeting here and there. That's the hope.
Okay, well then so it sounds like there's no formal, if I'm understanding correctly, there's sort of no formal standing meeting that is actually going to happen. My goal is to have the water testing start at the Lease by next summer. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put a pin in my calendar to bring this item in March. If nothing otherwise has happened, because I don't want to just like lose it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know something, there is also, when I was at Lake Tahoe, we had citizen water quality monitoring. We went out and did it ourselves. We had people who would monitor particular pipes, and after storm events would go out and test water at the outfalls. So it's quite possible that this could be one of those kinds of collaborations as well. Sometimes you do better with volunteers getting something like that done, because, you know, the rain falls and maybe it falls early on a Sunday morning. Volunteers can run down there and test it, whereas a government program might not get there until, you know, there's been some form has been transmitted within an agency, and, you know, days pass and the muck that you're looking for has been dissipated. So that, I think a pin in your calendar is a great idea, and we should come back to this. There's a lot of ways that this could get done by summer.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes and.
Yeah,
both.
And.
Because the Park District, the beaches it tests weekly from I can't remember, it's April or something through October, or maybe May through October, you know, so it's a weekly test. So it's quite a bit of data actually, which I think getting a volunteer effort to hit that frequency would be difficult. So I think the volunteer effort, as you point out, is tapered to, you know, specific meteorological events. So both has value. So anyway, enough, I'll bring it back in March if we don't hear anything on it before then.
Great.
That would be great. We're starting to go beyond, I think, the agenda description. So when you see me unmute, that's what I'm usually doing.
All right, can I get a motion, please?
Also move.
Should I second or you're going to second? Good.
I'll go ahead and second, yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Tiedemann, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want clarity on what we're moving, as the agenda item does not make clear what the sort of action item is here.
Well, there's 3 items. One is affirming that the master plan, giving staff direction not to pursue renewal or extension or renegotiation or whatever of the MOU, but instead to work, try to, I forget the word, build collaborative relationships on on smaller issues with the Park District. Affirm that it's appropriate for this to be in the master plan, which is takes that issue off the table when the master plan comes to us. We don't have to worry about that. But it's been an issue in the master plan preparation. And third, to direct the staff to reprogram the $300,000 that was set aside for CEQA purposes to incremental and on the ground small improvements at the waterfront.
Thank you. And a follow-up question maybe for City Manager and Mala. Is that all things, because some of that sounds like direction that we can put staff that we have general agreement on and don't usually need to put in a motion. Is all of that, does all of that need to be in a motion? Is all of that the right direction that staff needs to go forward?
Mala, correct me if I'm wrong. From my perspective, it's workable in a motion. I think it helps clarify for the record the direction given by the council. Some of this will certainly need to come back to the council in different iterations and shapes and forms. In particular, the expenditure and allocation thereof and what it would be spent on.
I concur.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to make sure we're doing our due diligence.
All right, can we get a roll, please?
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Thanks to Councilmember Nason, yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move down to line number 11, to consider the possibility of ballot measures for November 2022 general election. Go ahead and turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. This staff report provides a very high-level overview of potential options for the November 2022 election. I know it feels a ways off, but time will fly. We've all learned that. So really what you have in front of you is a synopsis, and I'd like to pause and acknowledge that this was a group effort. So you have 2 authors on this staff report, but there were actually much more. So our community development director, our public works director, our fire chief, and our finance director all had important roles in preparing what you have before you. So I appreciate them hanging on the meeting for this long and being available for questions if needed. I know that we will have follow-up conversations. This, again, is kind of step 1 in your multi-step process towards preparing potential measures for the ballot. Usually what goes into this is that the council will have a high-level conversation, provide any direction or requests to staff for additional information, or also give us a sense of your general interest. What are higher priorities on this long list than others? As you know, we certainly want to be cognizant of the number of measures on a prospective ballot. Saying all of that, you have here a few categories, really. As we are a charter city, there is the potential for charter amendments. That has its own unique and specific process. We also have the benefit of advisory status to the council through the existing charter committee, should the council want to refer anything over that process. as with all of these processes, will take some time to prepare and develop. Revenue measures, as you heard from our Finance and Administrative Services Director tonight, we continue to realize a deficit. And while in some of our shorter term analysis, we do see revenues on the increase, that's also balanced with increased expenditures over time. As you'll recall from the November 2020 election, we had a measure on the ballot that unfortunately did not pass in terms of the ALS update specific to emergency service response, ambulance response. There is still a remaining deficit associated with this overall program, and obviously it is a vital program to our community. So it may be of interest for the council to reconsider how we go back to the drawing board for that measure and customize it, particularly underscoring some of the more recent conversations of the council with regard to regressive versus progressive tax. I would defer to Vice Mayor Jordan for additional detail on that, of course. I should note that as a special tax, this would require a two-thirds majority vote for approval. Something else you've heard staff talk about from time to time is the need for an update to our current business license tax. That's actually underway with some technical advisory assistance from consultants, as well as the hard work of our Finance and Administrative Services Director and a team of staff looking at how to approach that. And when we have substance, some initial considerations on how that ordinance could be remodeled, that will come to the council for consideration as its own agenda item. Public Works infrastructure funding. We have a lengthy conversation on here about current status, that we do seem to have remaining funding in a number of these categories. It is programmed for expenditure and implementation through a number of significant and major projects. At some point in the future, we will need to come back and look at some of those infrastructure measures as well. For November 2022, likely not the most appropriate time to do that, but it is something that is continuously monitored very closely by that staff team. And finally, with regard to the land use planning related measures, we thought it was important to include this. This isn't always necessarily included in this high level conversation, but because there are quite a number of housing initiatives and really just the energy around housing availability and ensuring Albany is doing its part. And some unique situations we have with some pre-existing measures that remain on the books. You have a synopsis here of Measure D, Measure K, and Measure C, all relating to land use, whether it be the built environment or the open space environment, and how that is managed and developed over time. Those, because they were voter initiatives, would need to be amended through ballot measures. This is not a conclusive list. I think that there's likely other potential measures out there in the world, and council members may have some of their own ideas. Again, I would just advise as we continue to whittle closer to the election that we're cognizant of overall length of how many measures would find themselves on the ballot. And potentially there's an opportunity for City Council Subcommittee to roll up their sleeves, respective sleeves, and potentially work closer with staff or seek technical resources to help build some of these concepts into more substance. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, I have some of our staff here as well, and would suggest the high-level conversation at this point.
Right, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and open it up to council. Vice Chair, thank you first.
Sure, yeah, thank you. I think Measure K came up previously. I don't remember the agenda item, but in my recollection of response was that it was essentially packaged up the housing element and would be part of the CEQA analysis on the housing element. So it seems like that has a track already. I don't know if that track leads to 2022 or 2024. That might be relevant in terms of taking up the zoning, whether or not to put the zoning measure on the ballot. Might be, I don't know if it's better to have them both on at the same or separate, but knowing what's up with Measure K probably would help instruct in that regard.
Sure, and it is 2024 at the earliest for Measure K, following the housing element and the required CEQA analysis.
Thank you.
Anyone next? Councilmember Nason?
Well, maybe the failure of the measure on the last ballot was, we kind of call this an update, but to a taxpayer, they look at it and, it was like tripling the amount without much explanation of what they would get for paying 3 times the tax. I think that we should consider putting together a persuasive package that really relates the amount to something that people can get a grip on, that really relates what they're going to be paying with what they're going to be getting. And it's a little, there's some awkwardness to this, talking about, needing more funding, in part because we're going to have more development. And there's plenty of people who don't like more development and see this as one more reason not to do it. But I think we need to be straightforward about it and clear about it, what it's needed for and how much. But I think it's definitely worth another close and careful look. I think that what was lacking last time was a really clear, it may have been tripling a tax. That's a big multiple. It may be that we need a less dramatic increase, but also a better explanation of what we're doing and why.
All right. Anyone else? Nope. All right, go ahead and go to public comment.
Hello, Council. Nick Pilch again here. Just a preliminary comment about tax measures. Because of the disastrous Prop 13 of 1978, which devastated money for cities and schools, cities have little choice but to enact tax measures to fund essential services these days. For those who say we can't continue to tax ourselves, I say let the voters decide. Because number one, the citizens overwhelmingly choose to do so. And number two, and the mitigation for taxation for those who might not be able to pay is to make sure that we have the proper low-income exemptions in place for these tax measures. So moving on, as was mentioned, housing is important, and in order to make sure we have every tool available to us in the fight against the housing crisis and to fulfill our housing obligations in the housing element process, we should eliminate the rest of Measure D. There's no reason to keep it, and I think it'll be an easy political sell to say, why should this one little section of the city be controlled by a decades-old ballot measure and not other sections of the city? You've already spoken a little bit about Measure K, removing or reforming that is a slam dunk as well, and I think it will have popular support. But you'll need to make sure you work directly and well with the advocates for Albany Hill and the Monarch Butterflies, and that they're consulted in every opportunity and buy into the measure. And you might want to start those conversations as soon as possible. I'd like to see Measure C reformed as well. I don't think a decades-only ballot measure that ties the hands of the council and the city should determine our current thinking about the zoning at the waterfront. However, this, of course, might be political tricky, as there are probably powerful advocates for it out there. But I, in general, am not in favor of ballot measures that are land use ballot measures that tie cities' hands for usually decades, at least. You should absolutely try EE again, as was mentioned. It lost by only a small amount. Making sure you have a really good ballot statement for it, the maximum number of signatories, and finding citizens to work with the firefighters union or whichever organization last time also campaigned for it is a good idea. I agree with Councilmember Nason. It needs a robust campaign. Finally, you should consider an affordable housing bond, as Berkeley and Emeryville have done, and a number of other cities, I'm sure, in the area have done. It's one of the only ways we have right now, cities have, of making sure that affordable housing gets built, as well as market rate housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. I'll bring it back. Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
So I have a lot of these I like. I'll try and make it somewhat brief, but a lot of the things I've been most wanting to do for this year are coming up now. So to say on Measure EE, I agree with what's been said. I think we absolutely need to bring this back to the table. Vice Mayor Jordan and I, before we were on this council, wrote the opposition to that because it was regressive. I think that with a progressive version, I think it will pass. I think that we have the ability to do that and write it well. And I know that the firefighters union is looking forward to working on that, because I know, like several of you, I had a meeting with them and they said they were very happy to do so. They saw the flaw that we pointed out and wanted to make it equitable and make it pass this time. So I think that's an easy one to work on and have possibly a subcommittee on to start drafting a new version of. On Measures D, K, and C, I think all of these should be on our docket, even if Measure D, I think, won't happen this time. We're talking about housing a lot. These are all sort of common sense sort of things that we need to do to give us the flexibility going forward, as well as their sort of Measure D is really necessary based on our values. It says there's a symbolic value. It may have practical applications. I think it probably will, but also it's just something I think we need to do morally. So I think we should definitely explore that further. On the general revenue, I think we should definitely explore taxing to increase our general fund. Essentially, we've mentioned it a couple times tonight. It was covered in the quarterly financial updates. We've talked about it many times before. We're facing rising costs because of pensions, and we're also facing a lot of costs that we probably want to have more money to spend on, like paying staff and probably taking on more people if we need them to provide all these services, because we're doing a lot of interesting things, but that takes a lot of time. So I think it's really important that we start to consider raising essentially our general revenue, however that might be done, and the best way to do that, because we want to make sure it's progressive. We want to make sure it'll pass, and I think it probably will. As the commenter said, people in Albany like to pass taxes when there's a good reason to do so, and I think we can make that that case pretty well. And then just Nick also preempted me on an affordable housing bond. That's something that I have been wanting us to do since I was elected, and I've had a lot of conversations with Nicole and Jeff Bond about that. I want to do this, and they said, well, we're going to talk about it when we get to this point. Now we're here. I think this is absolutely something we should do. I know from personal experience that Measure A1, the county's affordable housing bond, was really effective at creating affordable units. And I also know that's all gone because I, in my previous life, signed off on both Albany's project and the projects in North County that used up the last of that funding. So if we want to create more 100% affordable projects like the one that we've got in the works now that's using all of Albany's allocation from Measure A1, then I think we need to start exploring an affordable housing bond now. It doesn't have to be huge. We created 60 units with the Saha project, or are creating 60 units with a little over $2 million. Local money gets multiplied hugely once it gets committed to a project, and it unlocks all these other sources of funding. So I think it's something we absolutely need to be exploring. That's a lot of things, but as Nicole said, I would be overjoyed to roll up my sleeves and work on a subcommittee on any and all of these. So I think the work can get done. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cheatham. And Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I'd like to sound a note of caution about Measure C. It's not worth getting into a big battle over something that may, over possibilities. Measure C was an initiative passed by an overwhelming majority, and it will have to be changed. I don't think anybody involved with private property waterfront planning disagrees with that. If there had been, a lab proposal had gone forward with that as the preferred site, there certainly would have to have been, and there would have been, a modification proposed to Measure C. But trying to figure out in advance what kind of modification is needed just seems to me creating a big conflict for no particularly good reason. We went through Voices to Vision, spent a lot of money on that. It would probably take another one of those things. So I would encourage people not to fuss with that and deal with that when it becomes ripe. The others, K and D, I'm in complete agreement about. With regard to a housing bond, I would love to talk about some form of shelter in Albany. Housing is wonderful, but if it's $700,000 per unit, if you can find a way to create safe parking in a particular spot. We're a no RV go zone. If we could create some kind of shelter, that I would really love to see us pursue that direction, but just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I would want to work on EE. I think, like you all stated, that it needed a robust campaign. Definitely education was missing in that, educating the voter on what the services and what the taxes would go to. I just had a quick question. What about, I don't see anything about renters. Have there been measures regarding renters in any capacity? I know we're talking about affordable housing and housing measures, but I don't recall seeing any measures on renters, and I could be wrong.
Well, we don't need a measure. I mean, we could do, the council can pass a rent ordinance. I don't think that needs to be on the ballot.
Interesting. Okay. City Manager, was you going to say anything? And also, with Councilmember T, we may want to try to look at this land tax. It looks like there may be some another way we can have this funded outside of what we discussed earlier. So that we may want to look into that as possibly being a ballot measure as well. So that's my thoughts. Councilmember T, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mayor. For the land tax, I just wanted to also add. Councilmember Nason, thank you for suggesting a homeless shelter. Sometimes when you've been saying the same thing for a year, you forget some of your talking points. Absolutely think homeless services would be part of an affordable housing bond, much like Measure A1 in the county. The majority of that was for housing development, but a significant portion was also for homeless services. So I would hope that would be included in creation of possibly a shelter or creation of programs like safe parking or something.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that as well. Albany being small, one concept that came to mind, which may be completely unworkable, was is there a possibility to partner with El Cerrito? I don't know if El Cerrito has a shelter. Obviously, it has its own financial reality, and obviously wouldn't be the same measure, but nonetheless, I think getting more scale in that way, joining with El Cerrito might be helpful. So just something to pursue, and I can make it doing some groundwork on that if and before a measure went on the ballot might go some ways towards making it more palatable as well, showing it that there's a more developed plan for a shelter to make it efficient. I also have the concept, this concept again may be unworkable, but if the city is to mandate soft story retrofit for multi-residence buildings, to include access to lower cost financing through some mechanism that the city would provide or make available to those property owners who, for whatever reason, can demonstrate that they have financial challenges meeting that mandate. So it wouldn't just be for any property owner, but conceptually the basic concept is when any property owner retrofits their building, there is some benefit to the wider community when that building does start a fire, for instance, during an earthquake. So I don't know if those three things make sense to go together or not, but just for this early conversation to put them all out there. Obviously, I'm very interested in Measure E. I'm very interested in seeing what could be done in terms of restructuring not just that tax as well as increasing it, but other taxes that exist on square footage, as other cities have done. And I think it might be possible, might not be possible. My hypothesis is that the average tax bill per residence could go down, but the revenue could go up, because the way it's structured right now, the larger commercial spaces are not paying nearly the same amount on a per square foot basis. So I'm interested in working on Measure E, or somebody else wants to work on it, that's fine too. But that's sort of the direction that I wanted to go in, and a way to package it that might be attractive is to, well, it wouldn't be a single measure, but it could be connected conceptually in a campaign, is to transition to bring those two parcel taxes to support expanded library services. I don't know the history of why there's two different ones. I don't know if there legally have to be two different ones. Those potentially, if they don't have to legally be separate, they could be combined and restructured into this more progressive approach, which, if it generates the same amount of revenue, again, my hypothesis is that the cost per household would go down. And so if that turns out to be the case, we package that with an EMS ALS measure that increases the average cost per household. And we get more revenue because we're taxing commercial fairly, then that might be a really winning combination. The real number that's needed is what is the square footage of private property, and what is the square footage of building space in the city, to start to get at those, play those number games to figure out what is going to work best.
Okay. Anyone else? Is there anything else you need from us, City Manager?
My only request, first of all, thank you for the discussion. I think we have some things that we can go and, dig a little deeper into and return to the council. My only question at this point in time for the council is whether you're so inclined to create any subcommittees at this point, or you'd rather hold on a little bit until this cycles back to you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I would be in favor of establishing it now as an ad hoc committee to try to look at all and mind my P's and Q's here. City attorney, and we're only usually the council, whatever measures it puts on the ballot, that's due in July. We are only effectively 8 months out from that. Time's going to go quick. You don't want it to come to the council in July. You want it to come in draft language, ideally in May or the beginning of June, so that if there's input and adjustments, there's time to do that. So while it may seem as far away, I think it would be best if we're going to pursue this to establish an ad hoc committee now to start working with staff on this.
One ad hoc committee or multiple?
I'm agnostic on that.
Maybe it sounds like everyone's priority is EE. Mm-hmm. Maybe getting started on that right out the box would be a rational way to go.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and also say of the ones that I suggested and all the things that seem to agree on and have the most work to them, a bond measure will have a significant amount. So if we have a subcommittee on that, I would obviously be willing to serve on it.
All right.
The only thing only note of caution I would say about a bond measure, doing anything that's very large, that is significant, should probably, we should have that long-term plan, at least the vaguest outlines of it. We should have a financial plan. And I didn't support E because we didn't have financial reporting at that time. And I thought we really should have financial reporting before we ask for new taxes. But we have the reporting now. But I think that for anything really large, we should have some kind of longer term financial plan in place.
Anything else? Tiedemann, I'll work. I would,
go ahead.
No, I told Councilmember Tiedemann I would work with him on that housing bond.
Councilmember Nason, would you be interested in working together on EE?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And I didn't address, but I agree with you on Measure C. I don't see any. The upside does in no way outweigh the downside of trying to adjust Measure C, in my opinion.
Anything else?
As far as Measure D, oh yeah, go ahead.
I think I was probably going to ask the same question of just, it seems like Measure D and K we have interest in working on, but I'm unsure if we need a subcommittee now or if that's because they're both to some extent part of the housing element process, if that's something that we want to leave sort of as part of staff for now and then possibly work on more later. City manager, if you want to say what would be most helpful there.
I think that's perfectly right. I would give it a little bit more time programmatically through the processes that are underway. And those will likely start to self-initiate some form and foundation, and staff is definitely cognizant of the need for addressing those particular measures and can bring something back. And if it senses that it would benefit from some subcommittee analysis, we can certainly acknowledge that as well. So I think what we can do is do some follow-up to the council directly on those particular land use related measures as those timetables come ripe.
Should the housing bond be part of that as well?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Should the housing bond idea be part of that as well? Discussion, because that seems like it has a tie into the housing element and how we meet our arena.
Certainly, I think the housing element will be an incredible informative tool to define the need and purpose of a potential housing bond. I don't know if you already have enough pre-existing data as is. There's likely the need for some additional analysis on future bonding needs as well and overall bonding capacity of the city, which would be helpful information to also balance all together to create timelines that make sense to everyone. But we're happy to do that through the subcommittee as well, depending on which way you all would like to work through that.
How many can be on the subcommittee? Or are we looking just at 2 per? Okay. All right.
That's if you want it to be an ad hoc, that's not subject to the Brown Act.
Oh. Yes, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. If we can try to get the terminology ad hoc.
So is the committee you're on, is that an ad hoc for Measure 8? Okay, then I want to join as well.
But it can only be 2?
Correct.
I thought Councilmember Nason was interested.
Yeah, well, so I think, well, if I understood, it was myself and Councilmember Nason on EE and Mayor Gary and Councilmember Tiedemann on the Affordable Housing Fund, but maybe I got that wrong.
No, I'm very happy to cede the EE to Mayor Gary if she's interested.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Okay.
Let's make it happen. I think on Measure D, I mean, I don't imagine I would need a subcommittee because that's, I mean, conceptually a fairly simple measure in terms of it's a rescission of something. It doesn't have the complexity of sort of decision space that a revenue measure does. I would suggest my inclination is getting it on the ballot sooner rather than later is probably better given the spirit around housing, and we don't know what that spirit is going to be in 2024. So it seems like striking now while everybody understands the problem, or most people understand the problem, has greater likelihood of success.
I don't know. I think the Livable California people are working on an initiative for that same ballot. I feel pretty confident that, Albany would vote the right way on these housing issues. I'm with you there, but I don't know what's the best ballot. But we might as well start looking at it.
Well, I just so I understand, are you saying they're looking at something for 2024?
No, 2022, aren't they?
2022.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which is what I thought you were saying with D. Okay.
Yeah, so we would just,
no,
that makes it
the housing element. Okay.
That makes it, well, I don't know what the Livable California measure is, but given the name, I think probably they would make a nice
thing. Yeah.
They would reinforce each other. That's another reason to put DD on 2022 because it would piggyback.
Like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Livable California is anti-housing.
Yeah.
And that's way too broad. I shouldn't say it that way. But isn't that correct? It's like anti.
Yeah, they want local control of how decisions versus the cities, generally the cities that want to build housing want the state to intervene to assure that everybody else does their share too.
Yeah. Okay. So it's one of those, Livable California. It isn't what the title says. Livable for some, unlivable, so others can't live here at all.
Yeah.
That might be an opportunity for Measure D to sort of be an anti-livable California, that Albany wants local control, and this is what we're doing, is we're getting rid of this particular piece and broadening our ability for housing.
Yeah.
It could be confusing, though.
Yeah.
It's always confusing.
Yeah, it is always confusing, isn't it?
All right. So, city manager, is there anything else you need from us? Or Councilmember Tiedemann, did you have one last word?
I had one last thing. The staff report had mentioned at the start, and I had also said that I think we should talk about a sort of general revenue increasing measures. I'm not sure if we need a subcommittee on it. It's definitely something that I'd be happy to work on, even if we don't have a subcommittee, but I just wanted to gauge interest.
We just did, though. I mean, we did the transfer tax and our sales tax we pushed up. I'm kind of, I don't know
how many taxes we can put on the ballot.
Yeah, and especially when we don't have that long-term plan. I mean, that's really the context for it all.
And that the business license, I mean, that does go to the general fund. And that is voter approved. Now, whether that is structured to increase revenue or just make it more progressive with regard to business size, remains to be determined, but that is an opportunity for general revenue that would be on this ballot.
Appreciate it. I think something to, even if we don't do this time, something to probably keep on the mind for 2024, even if we don't do it now.
All right. Thank you so much, City Manager, for your report. We'll go ahead and move down to line number 12.
Do we need motions on the subcommittees?
I think we generally do create two of those ad hoc committees, and it would be nice to get a motion with them.
All right, can I make a motion, please?
Well, I guess I'll move that there's an ad hoc committee on the ELS, EMS tax, and potentially other existing taxes restructuring, consisting of Mayor Gary and Vice Mayor myself.
A second.
And I'll make another motion that there be, or do we want to vote on that one first?
Why didn't you make one motion for both?
I thought that's what Vice Mayor Jordan was going to do.
I didn't know who number 2 was now on the housing. Is it Mayor Gary on both of them?
Yes,
fine.
Mayor Gary and myself for the housing bond.
I didn't want to just presume to put her on both. So yeah, okay. And also an ad hoc committee to consider an affordable bond measure for affordable housing, shelter space, and potential other housing related matters with that ad hoc committee consisting of Mayor Gary and Councilmember Tiedemann.
Seconded.
All right, now we get a roll, please.
So did Councilmember Tiedemann second on both? Because Mayor Gary seconded.
I second
the first.
Second the first one.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
You know, I'm going to vote no, although I think we should work on a housing bond, but I think it should be 2024 because I think that we should do the housing element stuff, and I think we should have a long-term financial plan for as significant as that.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
All of these for the confusing motion madness, yes.
So the ad hoc subcommittee is created.
All right, thank you so much, Anne, for the vote. Thank you, City Manager, for the report. We'll move down to line item number 12. With this council subcommittee reports, council member reports, appointed representative of Albany, and other meetings and events. I'll start with Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, I attended the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District board meeting, and nothing particular to report.
All right, Councilmember Nason.
Nothing particular to report.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. The one thing I want to share with you is that I attended the Housing Authority ceremony for the Family Self-Sufficiency graduates, which is it's a 5-year program that people that are in the HACA program apply to and are accepted to. And the graduation is people there were some young people graduating from high school. There were some of their parents graduating from college. People either getting jobs or getting job promotions. There are several people getting master's degrees. And it's just a celebration of people achieving and doing great work, partly through HACA because they're getting some funding, but just people that are really achieving a lot. And it's nice to recognize people and be proud of what they've accomplished.
Okay, Councilmember Tiedemann.
I think the main thing is the subcommittee, which we covered earlier in the agenda, and I'll have an EBC meeting on Wednesday to report about the next session.
All right, thank Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I had a question for Councilmember Tiedemann in his EDC board capacity. We received some letters, the council, regarding JPA called California Clean Power, which, as I understand, is a purchasing consortium of 10 community choice aggregators, of which EVC is one. It expressed various social and economic justice concerns. So I don't know much about that. That's about all I know about it. I don't know if you know more about it. I don't know if it's come up in board meetings. I don't know what's going on, but I'd like to know more. I don't know if this is the right forum to learn more, but given that we got those letters, I'm concerned to know more.
Yeah, it's a good question. If I'm thinking of the right one, it was a letter that requesting something be put on the EBC agenda. I unfortunately did not have the chance to, go through it fully enough to put it on the agenda in time. But I think it's probably something that we're going to discuss to some extent, or that we'll bring up in public comment at this meeting. If it's not, then I was planning to review that in a little bit more depth and talk to the CEO of EBC about it and see if there's something that we need to do in the future.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And if you could then bring an information item back, I would appreciate it. If the rest of the board is interested, if council is interested.
All right.
Will do.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Jordan, Councilmember Tiedemann. So let's see. I did attend the mayor's conference. Also attended the mayors met at the Howard Terminal at Port of Oakland. It was very informative. We just talked about, some of the challenges and initiatives that they're working on for the Oakland A. So it was very good. I also traveled to Livermore, to ABC, NorCal apprenticeship. They had a graduation. It was a competition, rather. It was very informative. It's just a lot of people don't know about it, but the apprenticeship that they run, the commitment they have for people that are interested in the program is amazing. The mayor from Pleasanton attended. They had some other, I think, supervisor from San Joaquin Valley came out and attended. It was just an amazing event and very informative, I could say the least. Other than that, that was about it.
I wish I could have made that. Thank you for reporting.
That was good.
Yeah.
All right.
Mayor, are you planning to say anything about Supervisor Chan?
Thank you. I forgot about that. Sorry about that.
No.
Yeah.
I had something you weren't.
Have that conversation at the end, right before we adjourn, I think. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Any future agenda items? I'll go around. Councilmember McQuaid.
Nothing right this minute.
Councilmember Tiedemann. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. Please govern yourselves to, you know what? I did not check public comment. Vice Mayor Jordan, you usually keep me on my
apologize.
I
haven't seen any hands. I do have it open.
And I apologize to the public that I haven't reached out and asked for comments or suggestions. Any future agenda items that you would like to see? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll close it up. We'll go back to the announcements and the upcoming meetings. I ask that you govern yourselves to the meetings and the event. And now to Supervisor Chan. I think all of us need to, if possible, just take a moment of silence. The incident that occurred was very sad. It also should remind us about safety in our community. Walking in a crosswalk, being cognizant, but also making sure that drivers can see and that we're in the crosswalk. I had a conversation with one of the council members about the safety and witnessing incidents that occur in Albany because people are moving too fast. There's so much going on. People are under stress. And so we do want to send our prayers and thoughts to Supervisor Chan's family. We want to acknowledge the great work that she did. She is not our supervisor. Let's make that clear. I think that was some question about, is that our supervisor? But she is one of Alameda County's supervisors. She was And I just want us to take a moment of silence to reflect over her life, the legacy that she's leaving behind, her husband, her children, her family, her grandchildren, and just reflect just for a moment in silence. And with that said, I'd like to thank you all for attending. I want to thank all the council members, Tiedemann, Vice Mayor Jordan, Councilmember Nason, Councilmember McQuaid, our city manager, city attorney, our staff, and most of all, our residents for attending this council meeting. So the end of November, we're almost close to December. Excited for the holidays. If I don't see you again, happy holiday to you next week, and good evening. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Mayor.